So am I. The computer that we have running our news from time to time took off and went wild. So what we're going to do is start over from the top. Well, if you're wondering what's happened, so am I.
Good morning. Oop. Maybe just missed the song change there. Alright, so I had a little... not good streaming time, but I wanted to work on stuff. So I did get Previous and Next working. The implementation of that was looking a little hairy. So I tried making a zipper. Which is just a structure that has two lists. So you've got the element in the middle, which is easy to access, and then you've kind of got nearest first to the befores and afters, which is good for the previous and next. It became awkward for current item. Well, I mean, this is current item. But before it used to be, it was the list and a current item, and you'd kind of go through and say, well, if it's the current one, I highlight it. Implementing click to go to basically turned into a search, though. So that's a little bit awkward. Probably noticed what we had to do to get previous and next to the other thing, I guess. Well, and kind of a nasty search because you're basically building up what the zipper would look like if you found it there. It's like kind of like we scan forward one and then backward the other and see if we find it, and hopefully our lists don't become too long. So we still have log positions to do, and I'm not entirely happy with this as a tab. And plus, if there's nothing that's been searched yet, and I have this minor, this little minor, well, this is because I'm booting up in this position, which is not going to be normal. Still, it slightly bothers me. And the weird thing is it's always first load. Like if I reload, now it's here. I mean, this is like a cache timing thing. Like this comes in before something else, which ends up wiping out the data. But the point is, we might not have, because we preloaded stuff, we actually don't have the 12 results here. We might not have anything on this tab, so I have to deal with tab disablement. If this is a takeover, I'm probably going to have to like remove these things and just have like the back button. Because if it's here and you switch out to one of these, I guess I could just treat that as a close. I could give you a close button and still treat this as a tab, so these would de-highlight if you were in here. But if we have any kind of other button in here, I mean, we're already kind of crowding into the word. I think I might need a separate line for buttons. Unless I do it as like a header for, here's the current item and here's the close button. Then you'd hold another row for previous and next. Okay, so it makes this the way to get in. And if it was just back, which tab does it go to then? All right, now locked can't get to that. And maybe it should have some of the same detail. Oh, oops, I grabbed the driving one here. Probably definitely gonna be none of those. Yeah, I guess you can only have smash mosquitoes when driving, so. That was just supposed to be a long title. Well, I think I did this as well. Changing this title so that we have either the time range or the timestamp. So I was kind of being bothered going down here to switch back. Well, and the fact that I'm going to have to do a disabled tab for this. But what is back? I could almost treat that as a tab. But then there's the back problem. If we just have close. Well, we still have a currently selected item, right? Yeah, focus object. Oh, no, wait, are you... Is that this, or is this really... No, because that's an object ID. And then the zipper is holding the position of, of this. So that could totally be maybe'd. And the close would just have to unfocus that. Show browse objects. It's the only case we do that. We actually want to do this a little bit higher. Right, because it's the tab. Depending on the tab, and on object list mode, that would become a two-part thing. Whereas you would get a little bit more complicated. I guess we put the closed stuff into here. This would still have to check to see if it was that mode. And I guess show browse objects. Well, you have to get the ID out. Although we could pass the ID to you. Although it shouldn't be possible to show that if there's no object selected. So that would take care of that. So do we need a higher level thing for you? I mean, this is still like the object search thing. There could be more stuff going on here. I guess that there currently isn't. So this is actually the nothing case. And then you are show browse objects, and there's currently no way to get out of that. As long as that tab type exists, we have to have you. So that's just ID. Nothing clears that ID. Okay, so then you don't get the tabs. So there really is no way out of there. No. Oh, I actually have to... You don't have an ID. So I actually need to... I guess you could be none, because that should just never happen. And that's our only call. Let's see, then you need... We need to get a close button on there. Well, let's see, do the tabs matter? Yeah, those tabs shouldn't exist. No. Are you the right thing? No, you're not. It's matching objects. What are we missing here? Map UI. Oh, that becomes unnecessary. Reduces it to a single piece of state. We still can't get out, though. We're actually going to need a new piece of UI for this, or a new message. Show browse objects. Don't you have a header somewhere? Oh yeah. So that actually ends up being the header. We can't make all of that conditional on having data. That's column with a list of data, of which only one thing is actually a list in here. So you're not relevant. That might be relevant. I know scroll bar isn't. Actually, as long as it's resolves to an element, well, might be fine. And I don't need you. And I don't need you. And I don't need you. And you're a single element, but of course now we actually do have a something here. Thank you. You probably don't need height fill. Width fill tends to be transitive. Got spacing. Oh, wait, the header needs locations. Oh, yep, it does. So that much of the header needs locations. Of course, I put this up later. Of course, I'm concerned about what to do if there's nothing actually here, which I guess I don't have to deal with right away. We know some of this is going to move into the master header, though. Yeah, we know we don't need scroll bar Y. No, column, locations. All right, this used to be an element though in a list, which give it some bounds. All right, so browse object list header. So you only need that stuff for you, so that pulls out. So there's the list header. If previous and next, actually, if previous and next were just buttons that got handled by the main thing, it wouldn't need locations. Because I'm actually having these do select browse location, which I think that actually uses the go-to form. It's like I can get the thing here easily. Well, it's the whole trade-off between lots and lots of messages and having very, very specific code for each. I think I didn't want to do that just because they're doing common things, and that's less stuff we have to maintain in parallel. There's the broad object list header, which I guess we don't actually need most of this. We need some of it. I don't know if you need palette yet. I know we need a button and a title. Symbol defs. What are you? Lock, unlocked. Target. Time, users, search, tree, cancel, circle. Oh no, you can just be a big old button. Oh, you're not actually going to be button styled. Well, you're going to be something. Not quite like that, though. Now, you, of course, are not called. Is what we wanted our column for. Let's see, list header. All right, so use the title. We probably do want some coloration like that. We don't want rounded. We want width fill. Possibly no border. I'm not sure. And then you don't need this. And these just become awkward. Let's see, who would do spacing? I almost want to do just the bottom border. Have I ever done that? No, it's with each. Is browse objects header. Copy too much. And we need some kind of unfocus. The thing that gets us into there. Toggle lock object. Probably select matching object. It's going to claim we don't handle that. Select matching object. How about we actually change it? Browse objects header. No, that's a call to it. Okay. Now we can get in, we can get out. We'll probably need to be doing maybe some messaging with that. So when we focus, we go do that. Acquire object search. Fetch. Oh, and then we might need to have a refocus. No. Not a parenthesis. Focus point on the current thing. So let's just a straight up command. Oh, where we already have something. I might need a new message for you. What do we do if we turn off the entire layer where things could be focused? For one, you're either in Life Search or you're not. Probably a focus, because I was kind of reusing the same thing, so a focus none would work for all of those. Not requested. And actually, the log version is not actually done yet. If browse objects is nothing, we fetch it. It's going to basically turn into a case because we have to handle it's not nothing. And we're going to care about what it is if that happens. Of course, this is then a remote data. Just data. And just anything else is going to be this. We then have to say, well, these things always have a current, but I don't think I can't match into it. Zipper.current. And that focus. Did I do object? Focus point. And did that take... Oh no, that took XY, which means I have to go look that up. Oh, focus point takes a browse location and calls leaflet. So actually I called the wrong thing here. Leaflet, oh no, focus none was fine. Wait, focus point. Oh, no, that was working on this, okay. I already had the head of a location. Oh, it's not then, it's an of. It's not a command, dot focus point. That's just a function here. Our related data, focus the first one. We never implemented focus none. Right, this doesn't compile. Okay. So that gets us in, that gets us out. I'm not super happy with those, but I guess having the buttons next to each other is better for usability. So that is like a semi-modal. Browse objects as, that is going to affect the disabled option for tab, which you don't need anymore. Oh, and we have, well, we could do it either here or here for the count. Browse objects as, I don't know. Submodal? I didn't save you. And maybe the count should actually wait till we get log data going. All right, we're gonna need a place to store that. Hmm. It is separate data. If I made that a separate lookup table, it could then be a separate type, although I suspect for some of the rendering I might actually just want to tag these with some timestamp. Maybe have a flag not to display it, or a mode not to display it. Would it make sense to develop it where we only pull out the locations? We could use our current stuff. Like all of that's going to end up putting it into different places that we have to go back and untangle. I guess getting the data fetch to work is still a step. Right now we're trying not to load stuff in the wrong modes. We either have to, right now I'd have to wipe this out when changing modes. Oh, no. So that's just going to make this kind of similar. So at the moment, that would only be that the fetch would change. But I don't know if that's going to stay the same data structure at this level. Loading. So really, you're the main thing that's going to change. It's not this, but it's going to be something like this. Well, no, it's just going to be log object. Do I have this function yet? I do not. Of course, now the question is, how far do I have to go back to get this function? Fetch object search URL. Okay, I think that actually is common. Parse key object search. Focus point, require, that was that thing. This we think will be shared. Wait. No, wrong selection. Already wrote the parser for it. URL. You have to come back on a different different thing. Yep. Log value xyt. Parse log, and then you have to have a message for that. We parse two browse locations. Oh, what does that parse to? result.map, list.map, browse location. I was thinking I might end up extending that. But that's specifically parse.key. We're going to have parse.log. I might eventually use that. Lowercase. Fetch log. Thanks. We didn't actually implement this message. Like, guess to an extent, as long as it's browse locations, that would have been okay. But if we're in animated mode and we hit fetch, it would still do that. We'd have to get a new object. It's going to be, actually, well, that would only be tutorials. Why were you indexed there? That doesn't seem right. Maybe my argument order is wrong? Int POSIX. Yeah, the fact that all these y's are 0 is very suspicious. I'm wanting you to take this in as a test case. Nope, no warnings before that. It doesn't give me a good place to tap into it. Yeah, that can't be all 0. And those POSIX times look pretty off too. That looks... Well, we jumped to that coordinate, so... Looks almost like that's actually our x coordinate. Now I thought... What was my test case? Maybe I misread it. YXT first parser. Now you see, those are all perfectly sensible results. All right, so up to 134. What goes wrong here? I mean, if I could look up... It'd be nice to find a smaller one, but... or if I cleared out my buffer here... I can look up... Well, trucks are... There's a fair number of trucks, too. What's my other test case? Of course, was this in that data set? Okay. One tech. No. Burnt goose. Oh, there's 2 burnt gooses. Ah, burnt goose on skewer and burnt goose not on skewer, which you are not surprisingly. So this is burnt goose on skewer. I don't have any. Okay, 521. And of course, now we've cached that. This might be or slightly wrong time period. Or maybe this isn't even saying the right time period. Yeah, you know what? This is yeah, 1218. That seems reasonable. Oh, I didn't change the URL. And we used the wrong parser on it. Yeah, it would just never encounter the one line type and it would parse correctly. Huh. Maybe I should have had a file format indicator. Lesson for next time. Fetch object, search URL, list URL. Who calls you? Model like key search. Ah, but it got replaced in the final image. Right, we're not doing a time set yet, so it was here sometime. But it could have been any time. And one of the things we need to do is get the time information out so we can actually jump to the appropriate moment. All right, well, that wires in fetching data. So there are definitely going to be times where we're going to have to... well, if we hook it up to span data, then changing time chunks will do it. If we want to switch back and forth on these, we probably need to, well, I have to deal with what happens if you do this while we're in time mode, which means this is actually going to have to change what data it's looking at in that case. If it's looking at timed data or if it's looking at the final image data. So it could be a separate... I'm torn as to whether to make it a separate type and handle everything differently. Or to make it the same type and we just have to be like... But then I have to keep checking, well, are we in animation mode, in which case jump to time. If we're not in animation mode, if we're in animation mode, then display the timestamp. If we're not in animation mode, don't. It's not really the index. Maybe I could make some of this type agnostic. I know what the function for what to do with rows. Or agnostic up to a point, and then down here we have to switch. You could be a type with two instances that can be with time and without time. Then all of this stuff could handle it, would be able to kind of handle it correctly, as far as what the data was. No, I need water in any case. We'll be back in a bit. Welcome back. So they are, I guess they are different data. I was just kind of resisting the duplication of all the display code. And I think one of the reasons I did browse location, well, for one thing, I don't need the object ID because of the way we're storing it. So I guess there's still a use in having a separate type there. We actually do parse these as separate types. How pervasive is that going to be? Well, it doesn't necessarily get into the... So you would have to be a separate list, which sort of makes sense. You return different type, you return different type, you return different type. That's not the type name. That would need to have a variation. And if I did have common things, I might be able to have a... Like if I only care about the point, but when sending, we're going to care about point in time. It could be separate calls. View is where it's probably going to be... This is not big right now. Well, but then there's browse object detail. But maybe we need to space that a little bit different to show the time information. Duplicating stuff is going to be more annoying than anything. So this is browse. What do we call this? Browse log. And we're still browsing locations. Browse placement. I guess we're usually just storing them as POSIX. But it's not just, no, it's not, that also means it's not just browse objects. That's our general thing. All right, well, adding a type won't hurt anything. Browse locations, that's not nothing anywhere else. Just going to break lots of other things. And I won't be able to reuse any of this code either, unless we can generalize things enough. We actually are going to get change back, but not yet. Oop, you're not. We might have to do some differentiation there, actually. Well, I mean, those are the truck is also going to have placements. I may have to make, well, this was for the convenience of rendering work. We can see about getting the fetch working. Or, we can just use a dummy time for now. All right, so this has gotten quite large. Well, this construct thing doesn't lend itself to a call very well. You have a type 2. Now I used this shorthand thing for constructing times before. Time dot, is it millis too? And this is seconds, I think. Yep, you're a location. Compiles. So what we could do, well, we have to get through the entire rendering pipeline, but we could have that switch based on here. This is browse object, so it's focused object, all to there is fine. This browse object's header is fine. Now you see previous and next were previous and next object. So now we may actually have kind of a reason to abstract those as actions. So we can only have one set of buttons to do previous and next. Well, I guess we're going to have a select in either case, and we just have those do that. It means we have to duplicate the code for the buttons themselves, though. There's actually a lot there that could be common with some sort of, if we were able to swap out for the location type. And there's a typo. So this is for a dict of something. Browse object list header. The header includes the X and the Y right now. For bootstrapping, well, the header takes the locations and uses those in previous next. So that's a little bit of a problem. So you're going to depend on if we're an animated state or not. It's going to be what data we look at. All of this messaging is going to be the same regardless. So browse object result. So it's going to be a get of a. Do you use model stuff elsewhere? Not directly. Remote data of a list of something. And you're going to need something to do with the data. There's probably going to be two different functions there, so we really just want to say a function of A to element message. And actually, since this doesn't send messages itself, it can probably be of anything. Well, dict.getID. I guess there's the getID and the with default. If we passed the dict, we have to pass the dict and the ID, it would deal with that. This is really the verbose part, though. Oh, yeah, and it's of a remote. Actually means we're probably going to want to switch this, though. Oh, no, you're going to be a zip array. That column probably could stand. Oh, these things need the model, though. Well, no, that could be curried in. ID could be curried in. Did not remove this yet. Oh, we did remove that. I should probably start abstracting this, though. So you're going to be... browse locations. Oop. First one's a colon. You're going to need the model. You're going to need the ID. You're going to need the zipper browse location. And you're going to return an element of a concrete message because the functions you call directly have concrete types. Well, it's probably going to have to be concrete message. I know I'm seeing a different way to look at this. So, show browse object result. Show browse locations. Oh, it is complaining about that. Oh, does two-part message really care about its type? It probably doesn't care about its type. But it calls show error? No, it is show error. Body is an element message. Ooh. Two-part message should be the same. I don't think there's any buttons in there. As long as I don't add a button to it. So that was probably a type error, actually. Because you're a zipper A, you're a zipper A, you're an A to element message. Oh, are you remote data of A, and then we don't care that it's a zipper at this level? Yes. All right, we cannot construct the animated version of that without things to pass to it. Actually, we've still got a lot of things to do, actually. We have to actually fill the data. We have to get the data viewable. So that's a common bit. This depends on these two functions being defined. Here's a zipper browse location. Select browse location. You're the header? Right, so that's the buttons. Buttons that do next and previous on a zipper. That could probably be abstracted. Palette is for you. It is not for you. Of course, now we've got multiple lines, and that might get weird, but... did I? Oh, no, okay. Did I type something? So the model gives us the theme. You shouldn't care about object ID. In fact, why do you care about object ID? That might have been for doing the counts or something. That's from the other header. Show browse object needs that, maybe? So browse object detail. Yeah, that's ultimately gonna get you the oh, for the object color. Oh, so the header used to have this thing in it. So technically that's a result of taking that line out of this function. You yourself, I don't think are a column. You end up being the row. And by the way, this row could probably use a little bit of spacing. And some padding for that matter. I think I've used that somewhere. Well, we can do this and then see if we can make the signature fit. Well, maybe getting a signature to work without having it being called would be a little bit easier. So you need to understand that you're working with a zipper of something and that we have a message that sends some things. And then that will no longer be a concrete message type. So it's going to be a zipper of somethings and a function from a something to a message and message and we tag that. Or we could abstract previous and next and deal with it elsewhere, but then we have to deal with what type it is. We have to then say, okay, previous, next, what's our mode, then figure out what to do. This is actually going to tell us what to do. Does it blend? Okay. That accepts. Will it accept calls to it? Select browse location and the locations. Oh, you also need a model for the color stuff. Now, I've already pulled the palette out here. We could at some point start saying only a palette. That's the only thing you needed that for. Okay, so you've already pulled it out. I guess it's easy just to pass that around. All right, so browse object list header. No, what we're looking at is that's the only thing you needed it for. Show browse object, probably not so simple. Well, yeah, that's all you needed it for too. Although it is sometimes convenient just to be able to have a model wherever you need it. Okay, so browse object list header, show browse object. Also fetching palettes. Okay, now show browse locations. Model.browse location. So you're actually using it for something else. So that would turn this into 2 arguments to do it from here. One of them is indeed a like its core data. Browse objects header. Object name parts is probably getting into some accessory data. Object name model.selected server. So tracing all that stuff down would get hard. We are currently compiling with this in there. So that's a browse object list header. Browse objects header. Should that be... Let's see, browse objects header. No, there's that header. There is show browse object result, which is getting show browse locations. That ended up looking at palette. Oh, did you? You do not. And then pass the right argument. Okay, show the browse locations. That's of two functions. To make a variant of that, and that has to be replaced wholesale because the type of that's going to change. So abstracted that. This is actually the row of the header. Oh, and I haven't checked the spacing on that though. Not sure about the top and bottom stuff here. So we will need a, this is an object list header, huh? This is really not an object list header. Browse location. I think I was hoping to do more of the it's one type, and we just kind of know what it is. So it all would have been objects. Probably means show browse object is going to be like show browse location. And there's not too much stuff there. Wait. Oh, because there's a detail. And that has the interesting parts. I mean, that function, this function's small enough, I'm not sure it would be worth trying to generalize that. I guess that could be generalized as selectable list or something. It would need two function parameters. So we've got palette, the ID, which I guess the ID could be built into show browse object. Or show browse ID. What do you use ID for? For the swatch color. Which I guess I could just pass the color for that. So that actually, let's see. So it has to become general. Well, I guess one intermediate step we could do here. Do like selectable. Well, we still have to define all the things. Selectable list. Things need a palette. So that's a parameter of the function. It's of a certain location, so that's one of the parameters. We need a thing to do on action. We need a thing to do for the, it's basically button. Actually, this is like a selectable item. I think I'm wondering. I probably put this L around here because of the way the button itself filled out. So I could do this to be like a button. We've got on press and label, because those are basically the things we're going to be filling in. But then the call to it, just, well, all we're really saving is this. Show browse locations. That's already specific stuff. So your replacement, your replacement. I guess if I did that variable, we can duplicate passing location. So that could be a fill-in. You need the current, though. So that like takes this and adds 2 arguments. This almost starts to look like a radio button, actually. I don't think that would be quite the right UI for it, although it is like the thing we're selecting. But that kind of argument structure with a value and current value. I just got a radio button. Choose one. On change. Currently selected. Label. Oh, he does it as here's your list of all your options. So it's like it's the radio group. And the radio group has the one concept which options will option with takes some sort of rendering function. It's ready to display as a row. So what we're basically looking at is like an input option. And then something else is doing the current equals value check and just giving us what the state is, which is basically, well, you've got idle. Basically doing a Boolean through there. Oh. So radio could actually work. If we did custom rendering to say we're doing highlighting instead of well, would we be able to fill then? On change is an option to message, where message is the type for on change. Option to message. You can be maybe, we can't be maybe. That enforces the row nature of it. I guess we would call this the label. So what does that look like? We've got something doing our loop right now. This does take care of, okay, so that's the header. And is a radio button going to have a scroll bar? I might have to do that on the container. And that would mean that the header would go with it. Show browse location. That's the map, and the map is not zipper.current. So it's easier to pass it through for doing maps than to say, are you selected or not? The ID is going to get curried. And we also need a renderer. And if we did something like radio, well, this is the individual item. So this is basically, right, because we're handling the current. The palette would have to kind of get curried into this function, essentially. The group has a singular event, which and I guess the radio is handling the button externally to the rendering, which I guess, as long as we got a full fill on it, should work. So that's basically button labels. Is this put a map to list? You are still currently concrete. Because those things were concrete. And you would then have to get the two functions. Eh. Maybe I can revisit that later. Show browse location, show browse. Were you detail? And yeah, I changed the wrong word. Oop. I guess it's easier to start with this one because it's a lower level thing. All right, I actually don't have to change anything with you yet. And this is where I was kind of wanted to generalize this because it's exactly the same code. Oh. We don't have an action for you yet. And I guess technically the location here should be a placement. All right, so we've got you. Browse location list header. Yep. Got to be there. Browse location. Browse placement. That is an actual message. Do I have a none? Yes, I do. But this is a type 2 message. Oh, we can do always. Zipper browse. Oop, you are the wrong one. Okay, so that means we can draw it. We can't use any kind of button. So browse placements. As placement, placements. Yeah, that would kind of be the radio group if we abstracted that level of abstraction. So we missed A locations, which there's lots of those that are valid. Show browse placements. Show must have been singular. All right. Now nothing calls that. I mean, it's always awkward how to indent those. Okay, and it's not actually going to look any different, but we can tell it's not, that the buttons aren't working, because it's still the same object selected. That does almost make me want to make a thing that's like, okay, here's the list. We need a message to send from all the buttons and a way to render, way to render a row and a way to render a header. If we go inspired by the radio button, we won't need anything as general for all the items. That would be the list, and we'd have a way to render items, and you have a way to render the header, which would be like the label and the item label. Hi. You get another person doing header art? So we have a list of things. Almost makes me wonder if it shouldn't be, well, the dict get and then have the two things that could also get awkward. This would be like a zipper browser. With a current item message a label. Like a button label. That would sort of internally take care of some of the current tracking. Although I guess the bottom functions would still need to get that. Show browse location. See, that is semi-generic. That's one of the ones we're looking at. But then it has to get all the bits. Oop. ID will end up curried. You'll be a current item. You'll be this item. But you need a way to tag. And this thing needs a way to draw one item. Okay, so that works. We can bootstrap that into here, as we were trying to do before. Palette tagger. This is getting long enough to make me wonder if it should be a structure, though. Label. Okay, so that works. Show browse placement. Oh. Current placement. It's apparently I typoed. Right, we just changed that. That would not have been from the other one. Oh, that's right. We haven't done you yet. Okay, so those can... how convenient is that to inline right now? It's already a pretty big function. But we really ultimately want to wrap that thing up too. All right, I need to take a little break. Or we ultimately want to wrap that thing up. Welcome back. So what does this has zipper thing? We have... This is the thing we just kind of semi-generalized. That goes to that. And... you are actually different. Or will be different. Maybe we can end up restructuring things. So we can move previous next into up a level. So palette, the object ID here is only needed by that, which is ultimately going to do it into its rendering function. So you're not a... you would not be a direct. So let's see, we need a selection function, a item function, and I guess we already have sufficiently different header function. There's not a lot of common stuff there. So you need a tagger. A header renderer. Which this is where I wonder about doing a record. An item renderer. You get the palette to pass down to your stuff, so that would put the own... well, this thing is already being called with the palette, but it's just passing it down to its functions. So if it's getting functions... so they just already have that. All right, so item renderer. That's an item. So this is the thing getting the current. So you are going to be there. If we do the palette above, which means we're going to have to do it in every place we call this. But I don't know if we want to assume that everything is going to need it, if we're thinking in general terms. Oh, header is getting the list in case it wants to do something with that. So you actually are zipper A. Okay, we still got a placement. Okay, so that in and of itself goes. So we could do a similar thing here just to kind of work it out. And inline further up. So we've got a tagger, which actually, wait a minute, we're not passing tagger down. What are we replacing here? Oh. I mean, I guess you could technically have tagger curd as well. Oh, but you're the label. Show browse item is going to be the general thing. Palette? Oh, show browse item does use palette directly. That's the individual item. So this could be prepared with all of the arguments. And then the intermediate thing wouldn't have to worry about it. Okay, so you have the selector. So for you to be this, it would be show browse items. You see, we didn't account for the palette at all in there. Because the label function will do that, right? So maybe this has to do that. But we're not passing through the event. Should you have the tagger? Or does that end up on your label? If we could pull previous and next out, it would. And then maybe we have to rearrange some arguments. Actually, you are always none. We do need to rearrange some arguments. Tagger, the header function. Which we're still not sure about how palette should behave. The item rendering function, which we were trying to make generic, and then that took tagger and the individual item show browse placement detail ID. Show browse placement with the ID. Show browse placement detail? Yes. And then you will give it the two current items. Unfinished parentheses. Yep, because we ended on one. Okay, so you were still getting pellet. Okay, so that compiles. You have a actual message. Let's browse location. Browse location list header. Need to figure out why that's duplicated. So that's down to a single line, although this is getting out of hand. So in order to pass the message down to you, we'd have to arrange to have it be in a later position in the argument list. And I guess both of these, let's say we're curring palette in here, because we need that at our ultimate use point. Right, but then this thing doesn't get palette. All right, so you have tagger. Actually, you end up using tagger. I was just like, right, we're thinking we will end up using tagger if we can pull previous and next out of the individual details. But that means that our label functions, see, these are dead now, correct? So we've got one call to you. Oh no, those are the individual ones. Show browse item would actually get tagger as its last thing. Or I think this is only one up. Show browse item. Can we handle that here now? Label. Tagger is a ADA message, but label needs the first argument to be right, because that also affects the label function, which is a little bit more annoying. Zipper ADA. So you have to be ADA. It isn't quite as clean. Now, if we left that as if we did leave the next previous in there, we wouldn't have to have that indirection in the signet. Oh no. No, the list always needs to be able to select because it's an individual item. Unless we do something like radio button where we have it figure out how to make it render the whole thing and then wrap a selector around that. Let's see, is this actually going to be... It'd be convenient to have both of those. Oh, but this is very, very similar. Well, we have to specify the differences somewhere. Could maybe move some of this stuff out now. So you're sort of like that. You are sort of the wrapper. Right, because we're doing show browse item of... show browse items. Wait, but this is exactly the same. So we want a detail. You're using ID for color. That's curried into you. So this should just be an item. Because these are all the same. So this is show browse item of palette. And that thing gets the tagger. Wait. So that thing is the function that gets one more item. Label is that thing. Show browse item of palette and the label function. And we can probably streamline that. Now that was all curried. Palette, label function, tagger. So you do have to get the label because you're gonna draw it internally. The argument order is not going to matter as much, and we then can lose this. All right, so I don't think that this actually matters here. It's just going to be palette, our label function, our tagger. Now we can probably swap that argument back. Lost a parenthesis. Show browse item. Is that not the name of the function? That is the name of the function. Oh. But you need a palette. And I did not update my function signature, because this should be much nicer now. With the trade-off, we have to do this. There's a beta message, but show browse items. Yes. We cannot use this just in our setup. That might have been kind of why I was doing that structure to begin with, to get the palette out of there. UR tagger. UR header. UR label. UR items. And that is actually a result of it. And there's an actual return value. I can sort of get some of this. Oops. Oh, that changes how we do this. Targer. That was a random typo. All right, that's a little bit more of an internal function. It does have a lot of arguments, though. Label tagger. Oh, we wanted to move it back, but if we'd make it named arguments, that wouldn't matter as much. Label. Current. Item. Oh. Wrong syntax. Yep, not tagger item. That was palette label. Oh, wait. Not quite. Not quite. We still want to be able to iterate that. And I guess we could do some kind of currying with it, but... palette. Label equals label. Tagger equals tagger. Oh, and current. I probably didn't get my type signature right there. Yeah, we actually completely dropped it. So that's a success. All right, so one of the things is, oops, macro. Previous next, which I guess almost doesn't need to be as much of a function anymore. Goes into, or can go into, let me see if I can, I don't know if I got to get this order right. So items, tagger, Oh, list append once again. Right. Okay, so that puts it in the wrong place. All right, so now I don't even need this column here. All right, and these still work. Still have to specialize this. Oh, you did get ID. Items equals locations. We're going to call that no, because we only call this if the maybe succeeds. So what would change? You would get addictive stuff instead of the zipper. Okay, rewrite. Right, we renamed some stuff. Add duplicate field, added data. Show browse location, show browse placements. Object result. That's all the old stuff. Location list header. Previous next buttons. Browse item replaces some of that stuff. Browse object, browse location. Placement detail. Some type changes. So if you were to take a dict of a remote data of a zipper of A, and we've got the ID, oh, your locations. So you have the specifics. So you would actually just be it would actually be show browse items that would have to deal with that. Well, there's applying a function to a pipe. maybe we need to take this in steps. So we can get that out of the function call. These could actually go inline. Wouldn't need to worry about the type. We already got browse object result. Which is a useful thing to have pulled out. Maybe with a better name. So if we could push that all the way down here. You don't have ID. So we could turn it into a remote. We'll just pass the get ID. Let's just make it a maybe browse. So we then have to deal with the remote status, and this has so far been a function of if we have data. Which we have to display something in that case. In other cases, so it doesn't flow nicely into here. Do you get any data? With data is the contents, which would be the items. But in order to abstract this stuff, it'd be nice if we could just have this inline there with something. So here's all your options. But you don't get the ID that you'd need to do the lookup. I'm going to make that a queryable item again. That's kind of what we're doing. Those inlines. If browse remote status like return day maybe, it could be kind of a pipeline. You have to deal with the... no, because it's actually rendering stuff in the no cases. We have a thing, we have an ID, we have some stuff we do if it is successfully rendered. So you're really just a key. Of the dict, we've got the dict. So I guess if it's just that stuff, it doesn't really care too much about the details. It's really a get. It is going, see, so with default, so it's going to matter that it's addictive remote. And really it's just the message of whatever function we pass into it. Because I know that it's remote, and oh, and what do we do with it? So you are going to be a D2 element message is what you should end up as. Now, I guess that thing was getting the ID. That might be incidental. Is that typable? Oh, right. A dict of key. Yep, okay. Not key. Oh, I guess we have to specify that this is a comparable, not any type. What did we do? We did actually the function. and the ID and model. Browse placements. Meh. Not even that much more compact. I kind of wanted to get some of this stuff a little bit more in line. I guess there's not a whole lot of benefit to that. Just some very, very simple functions. That's only one less line per. I don't know if it's worth it. Like, that duplication is staring me in the face, but I don't know if the function actually does enough to help there. Oh, we can actually remove this. The renaming is actually, I think, useful. All right, so we actually do have some location data. And the spacing on this is going to be awkward. We want to find a way to display dates. And I can probably at least get the front end to be in time mode if the back end doesn't quite catch up. Oh, okay, we maybe did send it up. So we've got some ways to display this. I think that are going to be very, very large. Okay, oh, that's the header. That's the header. So this probably doesn't need the align. And you didn't get a model, which we didn't need before after we did all this trouble. But I think you're kind of at the top level, but still without a model. Well, show browse placements can take more arguments. Pulling the palette out isn't as big of a win then. He's going to still do the pulling out part. Or I could actually go to the trouble to pull out zone. Because really all you need is a zone. Is it a time.zone? Yeah, that's not as wide as I was fearing. I might need an abbreviated form here. The spans we're working with are never going to be big enough to really worry about years. And we could possibly put our time range somewhere else to remove any ambiguity there. Show browse placements. Browse placement detail. We just had a singular date. Year, month, year, month, day, hour, minute. Which, I mean, actually, probably that is, so this is whole word. Probably false brevity. So all existing uses are going to go to this. And then one of them is not. Well, I guess we have to work with the function to get our brief version. I mean, we could probably do like long date and short date. This is very explicit. Do I need the year for any further calculations? No. These might actually want second accuracy. In many cases, the month might actually be too much. And we have to use it. And start T. Okay, so our width values are a little bit off. I guess we would actually want to work with the header first. I just want to make the other field the same size. I probably need to do some renaming. Show browse placements. Show browse placement detail, browse placement list header. I mean, browse placement should actually get me in there. Okay, and then we make the actual browse placement detail match so everything's proper. Oh, maybe for the columns when I want to make it dual line right. Even though the dates aren't going to matter that much. I kind of want to... Oh, but that means the time should maybe do the same thing. And then if we look for like... Okay, this might be a state... Oh. Wait. Oh, you're actually using toggle somewhere. No, okay, that's not that version. Okay. Oh. So we are in the wrong span. We might just be entirely in the wrong span, I guess. I wonder if that's a bug. Oh, maybe I don't have the thing to trigger this off yet. We got some of the stuff in place. And actually, do we have anything? No, we haven't done any fetching for that yet. We've just been working on display. So now here's the problem with next and previous is we can't use that for, well, if we're in the time interface, the dates are, the year is there. It's not too bad. Can't use that space. Of course, it's going to be a selection range anyway. All right, so that adds display time. I have to figure out how to fetch this stuff. Let's see. So, auto animated browse location. So we told it to do this. We ended up defining a new variable for this. Okay, so that's all of you. not fetch. We do want to be up in that list, though. Browse locations. Browse placements. Our focus point's going to need some adjustment here. That's not going to be happy. All right, where else do we deal with this? There's you. Okay, we don't have a selection function yet. I guess I could have done that beforehand. Okay, key object. And then focus point, we actually wrote to take a browse location. Which is why we kind of left the hole in there for that. So this actually will become kind of a focus location. Oh, actually, you are going to change to something else. Oh, you're going to be placements, so that actually won't work. Oh, you know what? That's a time dot now. So we actually don't have that yet. We have a time we can use. But we also need, it either needs to be a different message, which includes time information as we do with lives. Or we have to send a separate message to change time. So let's browse location. Key object. Placement. Placement. Pluckments. Wonderful. No, pluckment. Third argument insert is not what I expect. Browse placements. Head tail. Log object. Browse placement. Did I not change the type of this thing? Browse location. It probably means that there's other things off we were compiling before. Log search objects received. We're down in 1644. Log object parse. Log object search. XYT. Log to browse location. Oh. Well, it could have just been browse placement. Now we actually have a new different type for it. Log to browse location doesn't exist anymore. Yes, log. And then call. It's right here. You are typed to this as well. Okay. We have no select yet. Well, if we get a time, actually, we could sort of look it up now. If we're in range, maybe. Okay, so we're actually not in range. No, 12, 17, 21. It was apparently very, very fast. It's like a pile of arrows, too. What about 1404? Well, that might be a different location. Or maybe we actually jumped to a bad spot in general. Okay, so this is the 45. So that should have been the 21. Maybe it was a very, very fast put down. So, that is data fetching. Our view is going to define a new message type. So we've got select, browse. Oh, this will function for browse anything. That will force us to implement a handler for it. It's a very, very verbose error message. Here's your entire update function. It needs a case. This is very, very inefficient because we always do a goto. Now we need to send it. All right, so we should be able to do those. Oh, one of those was just sitting there. Interesting. There were two well, these are just the two. Oh, these were those. Oh, no, okay, yes, it's those two locations with different time steps. Although at this time, the trucks are in different places, right? This is not real data. We have not executed set go to time yet. I think we have a command for that by itself. Yes. So we'll see if that's okay. Oh, this select matching life, because that's not the only thing that does that. Let's see, I don't think you're going to change time range for this. If anything, we want to make sure that it's equal to the search range. Time dot now, show time notice, leaflet dot current time. Leaflet dot focus life. Oh, here's the update. Okay. Map time. I might need to do a time range too. But that means any focus placement should do that, not just this. So really, oh, is that also going to, well, focus life? I think we rely on the map telling us that it updated location. To update our location. But time tends to get pretty much driven from the other way. So we don't want to do that. Key object received. So updating that would be a little bit redundant. I think that there needs to be a function that's just... okay, so you end up needing to be a batch. You do the point decoding. If we're switching to that and we have data, we should jump to that point. Which means we should probably also jump to that time. So there might in fact need to be something around there. And you're only a message right now. Does my zipper consider... It doesn't consider it's the current one. Well, it doesn't have other places to go, so that might be unfair. Oh, did my yeah, we just use operations on it to get to other places. Gonna complain about this. Okay. Maybe or maybe it's just failing and defaulting to current, which is wasteful. With default current. Now, we previously didn't have to, we could always just use current. Didn't have to deconstruct this. Select, browse, placement. This is not the right time. We have not even decomposed the time to go to here. Actually, you are gonna. When can we focus location? And we're inserting the data, and then it would be a no-op. When it's already there, and updating it again would be wasteful, but it would be a no-op. But you're going to want to do, well, can we decompose and do an as location? There's so much that's not right now. Like the signature of this function. UR model command message. Can I leave that with records? $16, yep, you're going to need to have a model. Yep. Model command message. Body is a tuple of type. Yeah. So it doesn't like my type for some reason. Actually, this is a much smaller type than I would expect. I wonder if it's cutting it down to stuff we're actually using. Oh. Okay, so that's fine. So then this could move inline. You would think, oh, but we're not removing it yet. We're just seeing if we can get the type signatures worked out and everything. All right, so we had the T, we had the XY. And map time, I think. Might be a maybe. Right, and this matters. Yep. Although, actually, it should really be set time, shouldn't it? What does set time do? If it's different... Ooh, if it's life data visible restricts the range, that might not be good. I might need to do a similar check for anim data. Current arc. Might reselect our span. Oh. If it does that, it's probably going to wipe out all of our object data. Because we have not made any efforts to be conservative with that. Leaflet current time, time.now. So this is... might have to deal with some of these other things. Map time, time range. Really maybe the arc. No, spans are within arcs. Yeah, so map time, leaflet current time. Map time, you are too far indented. Okay, so you're doing an update and then that. Do I actually need to reverse argument so I can treat this as an update function? All right, and then we can just take this and apply it to you to get an update. So that'll just, that's why we wanted to optimize the same as case. And there. No, we moved it. All right, focus location doesn't have as great a need to do that. Too many parentheses. You flip that current time. Oh, we copy pasted. And those we just defaulted the time in, so it's not so interesting. Okay, that's accurate. Those are just like swapping the same position. We're losing our pointer though. I wonder what's doing that. Must have been a really fast swap. Huh. Got time compressed out. So what can remove that marker? Well, there's focus none, but that wasn't affecting non-time-based stuff. Maybe object layer is still up. Although, shouldn't we have the point there? You might actually be too far out. Okay, yes, you're there. So the other one, we were not close enough to see it. I've already determined that maybe it kind of got... Oh, there's the other burnt goose. Yes, they just pulled it off really fast. There's the skewer. That was like a sub-second action. But why are we losing our pointer? Like, you see it flash up there. Oh, maybe something's trying to do a focus life? I don't think... this... No, that's animation time. It's not here. So there's the current time message. Actually, you're broken too. Is that... Okay, it is an animation mode thing. It's still working there. I wonder if it's the current time jump. Which has other implications, but it does seem to be something in there. Which is probably a pretty traumatic operation. What is affecting markers? Also where the current time comes in. Well, this does end up getting delayed. Oh, maybe monuments? Yeah, we clear all monuments. All right. No, that was base layer by time. We didn't touch monuments yet. And you are a particularly traumatic function. Why are you affecting markers, though? All right, we don't need our command print here. Update placement layer. So we've got our basic layers, we've got our overlay layers. Does it automatically clear anything that got cleared out? Or automatically reset anything that got cleared out? Well, we're skipping the entire function before. Okay, so that's not it. Okay, is something downstream from there? Okay, so we are removing it and then adding it? I'm not even seeing it flash now. Okay, it's always up if we don't do that. It's never up if we... So it's the object overlay itself, which really shouldn't be changing here. Wait, we're removing an undefined layer? What? What? Okay, so you are a complex thing. Oh, we're doing each layers. You do have an internal layers. Object point anim, object search anim. Whether we remove it or not. Oh. Does a marker get its own layer? A flip marker icon. Hmm. Okay, I could see making that part of there. I'm surprised that it is itself a layer. Or maybe it's a layer of markers. How would I figure out what you are? Well, I know it doesn't have a name. It's probably... It might have a useful constructor? Nope, it's function I. Which might be like the class function or something. Leaflet subclass. Just get icon. Okay. Yep, that's the spot. Our second got compressed out. So we could do things like end toner. Oh, wait. Okay, so that's actually end tower base a special thing. I've never messed with it. Oh, so I need to be like 1 second up? Oh. I might need to be 1 second up. Hopefully that doesn't cause a problem in boundary conditions. Which is going to be annoying as heck. Time dot POSIX to millis. X to x plus 1. Oh, if you're millis, this is going to be plus 1,000. Something less than that might be enough. Time dot millis to POSIX, which we're just going to convert it back on the other end. Oh, we have an X here. We already have a T. I mean, a Z could be like zoom, so. Huh. This might solve this mystery as well. Nope. It was still an instant switch. So probably, let's see, we had that exact time. Actually, no, I'm wondering why that wouldn't. Oh, maybe our set time gets its resolution reduced. Oh, in fact, it gets reduced in transit. Because I only used to deal with lives that didn't have that much resolution. Encode.times, yeah. Timestamps were always lives. So that actually comes down to a whole data stuff. So if I did do an explicit message for that, then I could use a different time format. No, don't replace it. That might still have uses. Although we don't have to do our own encoder. And I also don't have a data structure to talk about here. All right, a whole data encode, timestamp, so POSIX to millis int. For now, I guess we can just do that as is. Oh no, I've got an MS time. Alrighty. already there. Oh, maybe not externally, though? Oh, I just stopped using that. No, I have to find at least the encode file. Like, I have to find at least... Ah, so we used that in, okay, some of the worlds and stuff, but we didn't expose it. Of course, we're once again doing the whole back and forth. But now we just don't need to do this. Oh, T. Nope. And okay, unimplemented message. How do we do the other side of the protocol? All right, set view, and let's see, current time. Actually, focus life. Focus point. Set map time. Are we still being restrained by, like, URL precision or something? I just deleted this somewhere. Okay, so that whole process did have a current time. I guess any jump would have tested that. Okay, so focus placement. That's full detail, and I have to do the way around it. Okay, this was passed down to other things. Band layer, life anim. Nope. What the? Do we caps lock somewhere? Monuments by time, base layer by time. Well, these have rounded times because I was just Just doing some stuff. Okay, so it's making it down there. This is really an anim layer update thing. What's that object? You are a sprite. Sprite layer, you're a kind of sprite layer. You are a maplog sprite layer. Tile at. Tile at. Time is time.0. Okay, so we've got less than... Yeah, there's no equal. We've also got the fast forward thing going on. Replacement is between 0 and the new time. Never had anything quite that exact before. There we go. We might technically have sub-second precision on this now. Nope. It was that fast. Oh, no, the map log simply doesn't go below 1/10 of a second precision. So it might have actually just happened that fast. 2 consecutive commands. All right, so that's jump. And the icon flashing, and we did in fact put that in the wrong place. Oh, there's console.log message, which was commented out. And we never did a comparable thing for focus location. To model, command message. Anyway, so let's do that. Oh, hey, how about about this? Okay. I guess the server was just overwhelmed. It was a very busy location. I'm a little bit bothered. I guess it's still visible at distance. But that seems new. It's showing up behind the objects. Notes. We loaded the log data. We don't have a count yet. We don't deal with external changes making the data irrelevant. We sort of have that. And that's a plenty good enough place to break for lunch. Thanks for watching. Let's see. Do I have anything to recommend? Let's see. So Marty is playing One Life, as he often is.